Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be, given the circumstances that may be going on for you in your life. Know that if you are feeling any difficulties, that this too shall pass. And everything that you are feeling is a valid expression of the story that you live. May you find peace and relaxation here, and may I be a humble host, and if I'm not, hold me accountable to that. I invite all of our guests, far and wide, regardless of where they come from, what their background is, ethnicity, orientation, belief system, identity. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Sahana bhavatu, sahana bhunaktu, sahaviryam karvavahai tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Namaste, dear Morgan Prabhu, dear Cake, Foxfire, Gardening Gregarji. Hello, dear Amanda. Welcome, Nick, and thank you for sharing the live, Bob. It's very kind of you. Talita, thank you for the heart me you sent too. Very kind of you. Always appreciated, but never expected. Hari Om Tat Sat. Radhe Shyam, dear user 821. G. I'd love to know how you're all feeling at this moment. If you want to share, of course, you don't have to. But it's good to know what sort of feelings to hold space for. It's all welcome. Thank you, John Simon, for the heart to me that you sent. Radhe Radhe. So we are just beginning our Sangha today. In a few moments, after everyone's settled in, we'll continue reading through The Journey Home, an autobiography by an American Swami. Dear Talita, you are feeling tired and not sleepy. Yes. The body may feel tired, but the mind may be wide awake. Dear Gregarji, you feel generally confounded. I understand. It is hard not to be confounded in this life. There are lots of things to be confounded by, that is for sure. But I trust that with divine guidance, all these things will appear resolved. Greetings, dear Isabella. Dear Soy Soy, you share your suffering from RJOCD. You want to heal. Thank you for sharing that. That comes from a vulnerable place, and I'm grateful that you feel comfortable here. I'm not familiar with that kind of OCD. I know there's many different kinds. I'd love to learn more about it so I can know how to properly hold space for you. Life is weird, dear Gregarji. Radhe Radhe, dearest Magdalene Priyaji. Dear Bobby, you're wondering if I play Civilizations. I have played it before. I haven't played it in a while, however. I would always go the science route. I'd pick Babylonia, and then I'd get the Great Library early. Get my free technology. This is Civilizations 5. Welcome, dear Goofy Goosey. Hello, John Simon Ritchie. Hello, dear Neon Jello Pack. Dear Big Thug, you ask, what's my opinion on chaos magic? I don't know much about it, but if you would teach me, I would happily learn. User 821, you share for me to do tell if I like what associations I have shared with Srila Radhanath Swami. Oh, I'm very grateful to be reading this book. I'm very inspired by his travels so far. Dear Finn PropTech, you ask if TikTok is my main source of income. You know, I don't see it as a source of income because I'm happy to be here even if I don't get paid. But from what I make from the donations on this live, it does happen to be enough to cover all of my expenses right now, and I couldn't be more humbled by that because it's never expected nor necessary. You are a psychology student, dear Soy Soy. And so by your own studies, you started going, wait a second, it sounds like it's describing me. Perhaps. Well, you chose a very good study to learn more about yourself then. How to take care of your body, your mind, and get the necessary resources. I wish the best for your studies and for your healing journey. And thank you, Big Thug, for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. Good morning, dear Usha Priyaji. Psychology is fascinating, I concur. We all have one. A psyche, that is. Maybe some of us could use it a little more, though. Myself included. Thank you for sending a big hug full of positive energies and good vibrations, dear Andres. Much respect and love to you. Hello, dear Jack. Hello, Riri. Welcome. So, let us continue where we left off in the journey home, shall we? Autobiography of an American Swami. Today we begin not just a new chapter, but a new act. And I think I mentioned that I'd be starting the 9th chapter of the 2nd act, but I just realized that doesn't exist. Today we're starting the 1st chapter of the 3rd act, which is titled The Himalayan Pilgrimage. Let's dive right into it, shall we? May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. The Himalayas were calling, and I longed to answer. The next day, I sat on the grimy concrete floor of a railway platform, waiting for the next third-class ride toward the north. I settled in to read the book Srila Prabhupada had given me, and was surprised to see that it had an introduction by George Harrison of the Beatles, who wrote, "Everybody is looking for Krishna, Some don't realize that they are, but they are. Krishna is God, the source of all that exists, the cause of all that is, was, or ever will be. As God is unlimited, He has many names: Allah, Buddha, Jehovah, Rama. All are Krishna, all are one. I had been studying world religions and felt I had so much more to learn. This ecumenical sentiment both pleased and surprised me, and I tucked the book into my bag for further examination in the future. At the station, I met a man in his 40s who was neatly dressed in white cotton pants and shirt, wore a white Nehru cap, and had a dark complexion with scars on his cheeks from a childhood bout with smallpox. His name was Madhava, and he worked as a supervisor for the railways. He persuaded me to join him on a trip to visit his guru. So, from Bombay, we traveled a few hours east by bus, to the holy city of Ganeshpuri. Upon arriving, he directed me, "Before meeting Guruji, you must be purified by bathing in the nearby hot sulfur springs." We approached 3 small ponds simmering with dark, opaque water. Dozens of locals scrambled about, shouting to one another, while dozens more took their daily baths. Slowly, I submerged myself into smoking grey liquid that clung to my skin like oil, gradually adjusting to the burning heat and sour smell. Submerging myself up to my neck, the heat penetrated and revitalized my body and mind. Madhava then yelled out that I was now prepared to visit his guru. After I dressed, he led me to a small brick temple. Passing through the arched entrance, I found myself face to face with a large black and white photograph of a slightly heavy man with a shaved head who wore only a loincloth. He had a round face, prominent cheekbones, penetrating eyes, and white stubble covering his jaw. There, Madhava informed me that this was his guru, Nityananda Baba, who had given up his mortal body 10 years before. Here in this sacred tomb, or samadhi, his spirit could be felt with vibrancy more real than life. All around the samadhi, which was lit with oil lamps, perfumed with mogra incense, and decorated with yellow and orange marigolds, Nityananda Baba's followers sang God's names in unison. To my surprise, they were chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, the very one the river Ganga had revealed to me in the Himalayas and which Srila Prabhupada had sung in Bombay. Chills ran through me. Nityananda Baba is worshipped by millions of followers in the states of Maharashtra and Karnataka. Madhava explained the details of his life, teachings, and miracles. In the latter part of the 19th century, while collecting wood in the jungle, a poor woman was attracted by the unusually loud cawing of crows in a densely wooded area. There she found an infant boy lying alone in the leaves. She entrusted the child to a barren woman who worked as a maidservant to a wealthy Brahmin. Even as a tiny boy, he was detached from the world, leaving his adoptive family at the age of 10 to become a spiritual renunciant. Nityananda Baba traveled far and wide by foot, always eager to serve those in need and enlighten the hearts of whomever he met. In his latter years, he had settled here at Ganeshpuri. While meditating at his samadhi, the chant in the background, I felt the overpowering presence of Nityananda Baba, as if to assure me that his blessings were upon me. Several days later, I was led to a disciple of Nityananda Baba who was building an ashram nearby. Small, but rapidly growing, the hall of worship was located just off to the roadside. As the door opened, the mantra to Shiva, Om Namah Shivaya, reverberated in a slow, hypnotic chant. Inside, a couple dozen disciples, both from India and the West, were chanting in unison. Stringed drones called tambouras, made from hollow gourd, vibrated intensely. As the chanting faded into silence, everyone spilled out into a courtyard. I watched and waited. Then, as his disciples bowed down, their guru entered. He was 63 years old, with dark complexion, deep brown eyes, short, untrimmed hair, and beard, and clothed in saffron robes. In his presence, his followers lit up with joy. I asked who he was. Swami Muktananda, I was told. Peering at me through his spectacles, the Swami addressed us through a translator. When I was 15, he began, I renounced my wealthy home for the life of a sadhu. I wandered to every holy place and at last met my Guru Deva, Nityananda Baba. Smashing his right fist into his left palm, he exclaimed, Baba crushed my pride like no one else could do. Here he was describing the very thing I had been wondering and worrying about, which path or guru to choose and why. The audience, myself included, clung to his every word. Shaktipat initiation awakens a cosmic energy called Kundalini from the base of the spine. The Kundalini rises up the spine through the 7 energy chakras to the top of the head, where it merges into the Supreme. The surest means of awakening the Kundalini, Swami Muktananda said, is when a Siddha Guru, or a perfected teacher, gives a mantra and transmits his or her Shakti directly to a disciple. He concluded, become addicted to your mantra, and even more than an alcoholic toward his liquor. Never forget it. On one occasion, as I stood with Swami Muktananda on the roadside, a vicious dog, howling insanely, bearing its threatening fangs, came charging toward us. People shrieked and scattered. With a mere stare, Swami tamed the creature, and it meekly bowed its head. Blessing the dog, he turned to me and spoke through a translator. I have noted you to be a sincere sadhu. If you wish, I will initiate you into Shaktipat. Images of Tatwala Baba, the Naga Guru, and others who extended themselves in this way flashed through my mind. Thank you, Swamiji, I replied, both startled and honored. But I vowed not to accept formal initiation from a guru until I'm convinced I will never leave his shelter. Nervously, I petted the dog. How part of me wished I could easily accept his generous offer. I don't deserve your kindness, but I haven't yet made that decision. I appreciate your sincerity, he said, gazing into my eyes. God will guide you. Then, like a confirmation to his blessing, the once vicious dog licked my hand, again and again. Madhava insisted that I traveled to Goa, where the climate, he said, would be excellent for my health. He even offered to buy me a ticket by ship. It seemed like the arrangement of destiny, so I accompanied him to the docks of Bombay and boarded a crowd boat that carried me 250 miles south along the coast of the Arabian Sea. After plying smoothly for the better part of a day, I reached my destination, a tropical paradise with endless beaches of soft sand and balmy air scented with sea salt. Starting in the 16th century, Goa had been the headquarters of Portugal's Asian Empire. At that time, Saint Francis Xavier, a Jesuit priest, converted tens of thousands of locals to Christianity. In 1961, Indian troops invaded Goa, defeating the Portuguese forces. Arriving at the beachfront, I saw stretches of white sands, crystal seas, and scores of coconut trees. To pass the time, I traveled to Kalangut Beach. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that in a way that can be improved. Probably. A haven for Westerners who rented inexpensive houses there. Walking the beach, I passed men and women kissing and groping each other, heard rock and roll blaring, and saw drugs openly consumed. It was the same old scene I had left behind in Europe, but it now seemed so alien, like something from a past life. Uninterested, I walked through the sand along the sea. I caught myself mentally criticizing them as if I were superior. I didn't want these thoughts, which exposed my own arrogance. I prayed to be purified from my own pollution of fault-finding. But it was so hard. Living with the animals in the jungle was so much easier, as they didn't so thoroughly expose my own shortcomings. About 1 kilometer farther, I came upon drug addicts, all from the west, scattered along the seashore, sticking needles in their arms. They had come so far, to one of the most beautiful places on earth, only to suffer the miseries of addiction. Quickening my pace, I arrived at a small mountain at the end of the beach. I climbed over its boulders, panting in exhaustion until I reached the other side. There, a tropical paradise lay before me. The plush white sands of the beach extended hundreds of yards. Groves of coconut trees swayed in the wind, and not a single human being could be seen. This would be my home for the next week. For 7 days I sat under a coconut tree, absorbed in study, meditation, and prayer. With the exception of a few poor fishermen rowing their boats into the sea each morning, the place felt deserted. For my daily meal, I climbed a sloping coconut tree, shook down a fruit, and, to open it, repeatedly smashed it against a rock. For my daily hygiene, I bathed in the sea, and for my bed, I stretched out on the sand under the starry sky. One day, I took a walk inland. There, nestled in countless coconut trees, I found a few scattered huts made of clay and dry coconut leaves, all built on the sand. The inhabitants, most of whom had converted to Christianity, followed the tradition of their ancestors as fishermen, with no assets but a rowboat, 2 oars, and a net. From sunrise to sunset, the men labored in the sea under the burning sun, which blotched many of their faces with what looked like skin cancer, but hard work left them no time to dwell on such details. I thought how Jesus had made his first disciples from among fishermen, and then ordered them to be the fishers of men. On another day, as I was walking along the coastline, I found a tiny fish flapping desperately in the sand. A wave had washed it ashore. The fish's fear and desperation evoked my sympathy. He and I were not so different after all, and I resolved to return him to his home in the sea. But each time I picked him up, he frantically flapped right out of my hand, so fearful he couldn't recognize me as a friend. Finally, I trapped him in my cupped hands and hurled him back into the water. Still, my sense of satisfaction was short-lived. The next wave washed onto the shore, then receded back into the sea, leaving the same little fish once again flapping in the sand. Again I cast him into the water, and again the next wave left him in the sand to die. The next time, with much difficulty, I held him inside my cupped palms, tread into the ocean up to my neck, and then hurled him as far as I could. I returned to the shore and observed wave after wave washing in and out until I was satisfied that the little fish was safe. Walking some distance, I came upon a group of fishermen dragging a net from their boat onto the sand. The net was filled with hundreds of such little fish flapping for life and doomed to the frying pan. What could I do? I stared soberly into the sea and walked by, immersed in thought. We are all like fish that have separated from the sea of divine consciousness. For a person to be happy outside his or her natural relation with God is like a fish trying to enjoy life outside of the water on the dry sand. Holy people go to great extremes to help even one person to return to his or her natural spiritual consciousness, to the sea of true joy. But the net of Maya, or illusion, snatches away the minds of masses, diverting us from our true self-interest. When I had first set out on my spiritual journey, my idea had been to learn as much as possible from various paths and teachers, and then take from each path the practice that was most effective for me. This was a popular idea in the 1960s, but in India, I began to realize the superficiality of it. I had seen many spiritualists with this idea, but the depth of their realization seemed vague. Those who impressed me as advanced had committed themselves to a particular path. I had come to understand that my traveling from place to place and teacher to teacher had its limitations. Part of my hesitation to accept initiation into one religion, I realized, had to do with a fear of division from others. Still, I knew I would need to choose in order to progress. Not doing so was becoming painful. But which path and which teacher were mine? How would I ever know for sure? Already many great teachers have enlightened me with knowledge of different paths and experiences I didn't deserve. I see spiritual beauty in all of them. Which direction should I go at this crossroads in my life? That night, I prayed for guidance and drifted into sleep. In the middle of the night, I awoke to a crescent moon that shone in the dark sky. Within the embrace of this crescent, a single star sparkled. It was the symbol of Islam, a sign of submission to God. I stared in wonder. My heart reassured. I accepted this as a sign that the mystery I had been contemplating would be revealed to me in due time. And that is the end of the first chapter of the third act of The Journey Home. I thank you very much for listening with me as we read through the adventures of Radhanath Swami. I invite any reflection or insights or any questions that may have arrived whilst we read. I look forward to continuing this book with you next time. That concludes our Shravana for today's Sangha. So we'll transition now into Manana, the segment dedicated to Q&A. And I welcome everyone that joined while we were reading. And I'm just grateful to be here. Thank you. we can turn our attention to whatever is in our hearts and minds. Namaste, Miananda. I'm glad you enjoyed the reading, Angie. Thank you for being such a great listener. User 821G. Hello, dear Chloe. Thank you to those who sent unexpected gifts whilst I read, like dear Jackie for your subscription. Hare Krishna. Gina, Gina, Gina. Thank you for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Reina Priyaji, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hello, dear Lauren. I am well, thank you. How are you feeling? And I extend the question to everyone. Dear Tet, you ask, how to help our thoughts at times when we think our ways or beliefs are better than others? That's a great question, dear Tet Nick. There's a reason that all of us have unique experiences in life, and that's because the truth of the source which we come from is so infinite that it could never be experienced all in one way at one time. So the diversity of beings is proof of the diversity of genuine expressions of truth. We all have experiences that others may learn from, but we can never choose who listens to us. The only thing we can choose is if we listen to others. So I see it to be most valuable to look up to what experiences that others have that maybe I haven't, so that I can be an eternal student learning everywhere I go. We're all equal in our potential in this life, and I pray that we create a world where we all have equity in the privileges in order to live as an earnest expression of the truth that we've experienced. Dear Miananda, you express being tired from crying, have been grieving. Tears are a beautiful thing and very exhausting. It takes a lot of energy to cry, but in another way, we always feel revitalized after we shed a tear. Grief is, on one level, such a painful process, but on another level, such a beautiful and necessary expression of our heart. A wise man once said that love is a beautiful suffering. There is something that connects beauty and love and suffering together. I like your ability to shrink the Maha Mantra into an acronym, dear user 821. Welcome, dear Gina. I like that you find it fun to tap on the screen. Do know that it's never necessary or expected, but I think it does have an effect. as TikTok uses it as a metric to send the live stream to a wider audience. And that's up to you if you find value in the space that others could benefit from. But I'm happy with the community we have at this moment. I will be happy regardless. Beauty makes you cry too, shares Nityananda. Gregor G, you share, you as well. Like nature? Bro. I do find myself lamenting at my ability to process the beauty of this world. It can be overwhelming at times, for sure. Crossfires, you ask, what is it that brings these three together? Love, beauty, and suffering? Spirit. Our spirit connects these trio of experiences together. As we love, we attend to suffering, but we can only attend to suffering by holding space for it in that love. And when you hold space for something that suffers, it naturally unfolds its beauty. Beauty is like a coiled up spring within every particle of existence, and it is just waiting to spring up if we just bring our awareness there. Harion, dear Aquaman. Jack, you share the music of Hans Zimmer makes you cry in the best way. He is a very talented musical writer, composer. Thank you, who is Fiona, for your subscription. Om Ganganapataye Namah. I'm glad you like the music, dear user 364. Gregor G, you share some of your main life goals are just to find good scenery in the world and sit there. And being with nature lets us unpack our own beauty. And hello, dear Noor. Dear user 821, you're wondering, how and why the name Yam? Well, interestingly, I didn't choose it. The name my parents gave me was Liam. Liam spelt with a Y, so that's L-Y-A-M. Thank you, Usha Priyaji, for your pinch face. Ram Ram. The name Liam came from my dad's side, but the spelling of L-Y came from my mom's side. So it's a reflection of both my parents' lineages. But the story of how I went by Yam is funny because I had a sticker placed on my chest when I went to the dentist one day. Like a name tag for the dentist to know who I was. And there was a little frog on it that was placed a little too close to the L in my name. So when the dentist came out looking for Liam, he could only find someone named Yam. When he finally put two and two together, he stuck his hands out, looked at me, and went, Yam! And then it stuck. Thank you, Gabriella, for your heart, mate. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Dear Jack, you ask, what started my spiritual journey? Well, we are spirits on a journey always. We just have to realize it. Spiritual journey has no beginning, nor does it have any ending. It takes place fully now, in this moment. We just look down and go, oh, we're on the path. How that happened for me is a series of events that make sense only in the context of my whole life. And I don't think any moment in particular was the dawn of my realization, but a gradual unfolding, like we all go through. One thing that really helped was having loving parents that instilled in me the belief that happiness is not found anywhere in particular, and that I have freedom to discover it myself, in whatever way makes sense, as long as I am kind to others and to myself. Lauren, you ask, how do you suffer from love? In the same way, when two lovers are so close that they couldn't get any closer, and they try. You know, when you're cuddling, you just want to almost be in each other's skin, but you can't. There's a distance that can never fully be crossed, and that is a beautiful suffering. That you love the person so much, you wish you could just become one. But it's that distance that creates a beautiful suffering, that actually increases the longing of that love. And thank you, Ingrid, for your heart me. Jaya Sita Ram. There's a beautiful story of a saint in India who, when the temple doors to his favorite Ishta Devata would open, personal form of the divine, meanwhile the crowd would always rush in to be as close to the statues as possible. This saint would always stand on a distant hill, only looking over the crowd from quite a many yards away. And one day, a priest had asked the saint, "Why don't you just go to the front of the line? You are a saint. I am sure that all of these temple goers would gladly give you the honor of seeing your form of the divine first." But the saint simply reminded the priest that actually my longing for my beloved increases the further I am away, and that on this hill looking in, I feel so much love just by the mere desire of wanting to be closer. And it is that feeling of wanting to be closer that gets me even closer in my heart. I thought that was a beautiful story. Dear the Arcane Fair, you're wondering what song is in the background? We are listening to Krishna Flute. I believe it was produced by the Isha Foundation. And I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Ingrid. How are you? And thank you, Reena Priyachi, for another finger heart. Radhe Krishna. You can break down the letters YAM for you are mine. Perhaps one meaning of the divine love in me. Thank you, user 821G. That's very fun. Dear Michelle, you ask how to raise your lower frequency from current events, and you feel anger. Well, anger is valid, just as all feelings are, but you can transmute that. Anger can be used to uphold boundaries. Has someone crossed a boundary of yours that can only be upheld through divine anger? Then you are certainly allowed to use that anger. But if not used in that way, anger quickly becomes a poison that affects our own health and happiness. And this is even medically recognized, that someone who has high levels of anger, it shows up in their blood work. They've got lower antibodies and higher blood pressure and whatnot. So for the sake of your health, I would recommend finding a way to breathe through it, distance yourself from action and reaction, become proactive in your emotions, choose the way forward that will bring the most peace. We have to be careful that anger isn't used to cross other people's boundaries, but only to uphold our own. Really be honest with yourself. Will my anger help make the situation more peaceful? Because we have to come from a place of peace. Center yourself in your truth. Whatever circumstances of the world are ongoing, no matter how chaotic or dark it may be, don't drag that into your heart. Remember that your heart is your dominion to choose what happens there. May it be a place of love, of strength, of humility, and relief. Dear Curtis, you should ask if how one can connect to themselves more spiritually. Take up a spiritual practice. That's called sadhana in Sanskrit. That might mean having a time of day that you sit down to meditate. It might mean taking up a mantra and chanting it or humming it. Maybe it means taking care of your body and mind, because our spirit is a healer. Everything it touches in contact with, it begins to heal. So the duty of your spirit is fulfilled by taking care of your physical and mental health. If that means going to a doctor or seeing a psychologist, that can be a spiritual thing to do. We are not human beings having spiritual experiences. We are spiritual beings having human experiences. And as that spirit, it's our duty to attend to our human matters with grace also. Dear Ingrid, you're wondering if I speak French a little. Well, in theory, all Canadians should, but I wasn't a very good student. I could have been a much better student. So my French is limited to some basic words, not much else. Croissant. Dear Lauren, you share, we shouldn't have to suffer in love, though. Oh, it's not a bad thing at all. It's not a suffering where you feel like your peace is being taken away. It's a good kind of, wow, there's a deep intensity in you. You know, when you allow yourself to be sad, it's a beautiful thing. It's that kind of thing. Not a suffering that takes you away from your bliss, but actually takes you even closer in some ways. Through acceptance. Dear user 364, you ask, how do you distinguish poetry from axioms? All axioms are like poetry. All poetry express truths too. If you feel peaceful from something, then it must be true, and not a kind of peace that keeps you ignorant of reality, but something that gets you in touch with the deepness of peace at the heart of reality. We all long for peace, In the same way that a river is drawn towards the ocean, in the same way that a rock is pulled to Mother Earth, in the same way that all things are drawn towards their source. Peace is our source, so when we come to a truth that makes us peaceful, we know we are drawing nearer to our source. Dear Titan, you asked, how often do I wash my hair? Probably not often enough. I could always do better at taking care of my body. Good evening, Miss Charm. Dear Lauren, you share playing an instrument as part of your sadhana. That is beautiful. That can be a very spiritual thing to do. Express yourself through the song of music. Thank you, Kevin, for your heart main. Om Ang Saraswatyai Namah. And Reina Priyaji, thank you for your finger heart. And tiny. Yippee! I'm glad you like the meditation music, Curtis. No, that's right, Steffi. No anger is necessarily wrong. Whatever you're feeling is always valid. It's how we attend to our emotions, rather than what emotions we have. I love that, Greg RG. Curtis, you ask, when there is no help from professionals, where else can you turn for that peace of mind? Well, you are ultimately your own best friend. If there's any part of you that's upsetting, like anxiety, frustration, these are parts of us that we have to befriend. We have to give love to not be averse by, and feel like we have room to improve in our personal relationship with ourselves. Meditation can be a great way to get in touch with different parts of yourself. Hold space for your own emotions, just as you would for your friends. But do know as well that if one modality doesn't work for you, there are many modalities. I think some people might benefit from hearing that therapy isn't just one thing. There are many different kinds of therapists that have different teachings and personal modalities. If one technique doesn't work for you, please feel free to keep searching. There may be a method or treatment that is helpful for you. And that can be part of our healing journey, is having the patience and trust to continue looking for something that works for you, because something always will. You are not put in this world to suffer unnecessarily. There will be some method, something that can help make you feel that you are meant to be here, and that everything that you go through difficult shall pass, and you can use these experiences to grow and learn. And thank you, Pierre Curly, for your quintet of finger hearts, and a dozen finger hearts too. Kring Kali Kai Namah. And no, you are right, Ingrid. Renge Kyo is not French. It is Japanese, I believe. Oh, that'd be a fun project, carving a flute, dear Greg RG. Hello, dear Riri. You share your friend Sylvie is watching with you tonight. Oh, hello, dear Sylvie. Yeah, that's right, Steph. Anger is a force of the divine feminine. She is revered in India as Durga, who is symbolized as riding on the back of a lion with many arms, with many weapons in her hands. We should always raise the voices for the vulnerable. Thank you, Pierre Gurley, for another 15 finger hearts. Pierre Gurley, you were just talking about me to one of your friends. You were telling them how much of an impact I made on you. Oh. Well, it's very kind of you. Very humbling. Whatever impact I made, if there has been changes for good in your life, that's all your effort. And I hope you are proud of yourself, because you should be. Hello, dear Sean. You share that today was kind of a hard day emotionally. That's allowed. We are allowed hard days. Thank you for sharing that. I am here for you if you want to explore that together. Dear Ali Swooth, you're wondering what I think about IA. You'll have to tell me what IA stands for. Is that an acronym I'm not familiar with? Yeah. Yearning for beloved is divine suffering. Dear Usha Priyaji. Dear Crossfires, you ask, so which spirit is it that brings the three together? Well, the only spirit, the spirit that comes through all of us in many forms, that divine spirit of the whole universe. Dear User 364, you ask if I may speak on the power of our imagination. Our imagination is not mere meanderings of a mind. It is a vision into the potential of what can exist, given the experiences we know can happen already. Imagination is perception at a higher level. It is the ability to see past the physical and into the subtle dream, also known as the astral realm. But we can get lost in our imagination just as we can get lost in the world. It is our faculty of the future, and we can complement that with some practices which can bring us back to the present. Dear Curtis, you share the trauma behind those doors scare you to feel that pain again. You're terrified of it all. I understand, dear Curtis. And that is something that everyone who's experienced trauma goes through. And I won't lie to you and tell you that that pain will go away if we just leave it there. We do have to open those doors, but I'll tell you this, that you don't have to open those doors all at once. You can gain courage by taking a peek, closing the door for now. That can be healing. And then when you're a little more ready, open the door a little bit more. Oh, okay. Then you close it. I know there's going to be a fear with any trauma that we might get sucked into the darkness beyond those doors. And that's where having a therapist or counselor or even just a friend can be really helpful, because they can help ground us. We can hold each other's hand, so to speak, so that when the door gets opened and you feel pulled into what monsters are lying behind that, the hand being held by the friend can pull you back and go, it's okay, that's enough for now. And that's the importance of having someone safe or safe space to divulge into your own past experiences. Being grounded by something like that can be very helpful, and it gets easier. And you know what? You're not going to lose yourself to your trauma. You will work through it, and you will be left feeling stronger, wiser, loved, and loving. Everyone eventually works through these things. And your openness, your cautiousness is only going to help you, all in due time, and there doesn't have to be any deadline for healing. That is an ongoing practice. And thank you, PR Girly, for your 38-finger heart. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Your friend said hello, Riri. Well, hello again. Hello, dear Orla. Dear Lauren, you share that romantic longing becomes suffering when it's unreciprocated or unrealized. How does one let go of this? True love is always about giving. You know the joke between what's the difference between true love, lust, and business? When it's all about what you can get from the other person, then that's lust. When it's all about what you can give, then it's love. And when it's just as much about what you can give as what you can get, then that's business. And unfortunately, so many relationships are built on lust that even business seems noble. And to be fair, a relationship that's based on business is much more noble than a relationship built on lust. But a relationship built on love is truly rare when it's all about what we can give. Now, does that mean we should ever let other people's responsibilities for us go unaccounted for? No, that's something different. That kind of reciprocation is about sharing responsibilities, and we have a duty to each other in that way. But when it comes to love, we should never expect it. When it comes to what we can get, it's not about getting any happiness from the other person. It's only about expressing our joy, our happiness, our bliss. We do have to be careful not to depend on another person to be happy. And that's a boundary of our own that we can often cross with ourselves. We should recognize that the source of happiness is never in another person. Source of happiness is within us. If someone comes into our life that's open to expressing that happiness, sharing that happiness together, that's a beautiful thing. Thank you, dear Joe, for your manifesting. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And thank you for everyone's patience. I know there's been some wonderful messages that I'm just going through slowly. Dear Bastian, you had mentioned that you're tired of being an agnostic, born in a Hindu tradition. Is it better to be a believer than not? I would say whatever makes you comfortable in yourself in this moment. if you're feeling the pressure to be spiritual, I would say take a break from all that. Not all of life has to be based around die-hard spiritual, religious belief. You are absolutely allowed to take a break from that. You know, what is meant to be will be. And I don't even feel like agnosticism is a choice. It's just based on your experience. That's what's made the most sense for you. And I know that as you continue to experience new things, perspectives will widen, as for us all. And you are on the right path regardless of where you come from. As long as we are getting kinder, as long as we are getting more joyful to each other, patient, loving, this is all that matters. All the divine could ever ask for us is for us to be better human beings. And that means creating a world with more love in it. That love doesn't have to come in any form. It doesn't have to come by any doctrine or creed. All paths are equally valid. Izzy, you're wondering when I think of pineapples. I could go for a pineapple right now. I like the acidity of a pineapple. Thank you, user 364. Dear Crossfires, you ask, which career would I choose if I had to? A school counselor, a mental therapist, or a yogi? I don't think about life in terms of careers. I think about what can I attend to at this moment. And right now I have a beautiful set of people in front of me that are sharing things from their heart. And my whole world takes place in your heart right now, together. What more do I have to think about than how I can be the best host of this space in this moment right now, as all of my life takes place in this instant? Thank you, I am Princess, for your finger heart. Shri Ganeshaya Namah. I know as children we are often asked, what do we want to be at when we grow up? What do we want to be when we grow up? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't want to be when I grow up. I don't want to grow up. I want to be. I want to be a child when I grow up. How about that? I think a much better question we could ask children is, how do you want to be as you grow? And I want to be happy as I grow. Welcome, dear Jordan. We are all divine mirrors, dear Magdalene Priya. And you know what happens when you get two mirrors close together? All that light recurses unto itself. And is recursion not the source of life? Is it not through simplicity unto itself, the ability to be aware of awareness, of awareness, of awareness, of awareness unto itself? Is not the greatest miracle is that this universe has awakened to itself? That there is nothing you look at that is not a mirror? Fractals and fractals of reflections, creating most beautiful structures that the most brilliant minds can even only begin to formulate through mathematical expression. I am Princess Mom. You thank me for teaching spiritual and religious tolerance, acceptance, and respect for all paths. Of course. If there's anything I've learned about this universe, is that it loves to be everything all at once. And I know that the divine has created everything for a purpose. And I see the genuine happiness that comes from people of every tradition. And I know that it's not the tradition so much that matters, as is the person's happiness. And when I see that happiness as expressed through the many paths, I know that it is real, it is true, and it is sincere for them. And I see the divine shine through everyone's eyes. Dear Kilobyte, you share you found peace through martial arts. Would I ever learn? I feel as though my peace is found in a different way. But I love that you found peace in that way for you, and I'm happy for you. And I'm grateful that the peace you feel through that path is something that you want others to experience also. Martial arts is absolutely an art, one that requires creativity, discipline, austerity, practice, just like any other form. I often feel like what I do here is kind of like a martial art. It's just that instead of finding the flow in between punches and kicks and holds, we are instead shooting out thoughts from our hearts, and we are dancing together, finding the balance as each of our perspectives tango with each other. Dear Sean, you wonder about the chanting I do periodically. That's one way that I say my thanks back to those who send a gift. I think it's one thing to say thank you, but to add to that, I wish to share a sacred chant. I pray for blessings in return. For example, to dear Reina Priyaji, you share hand hearts. I say unto you, Om Madinaya Namah, which means salutations to the God of love. To witness of beauty, you share hand hearts and a heart me. I say unto you, Om Kamalyar Mahakali Kai Namah. Salutations to the great and dark mother. From an ancient language of Sanskrit. These are all called mantras. Hello, dear Gary. Dear the messenger, you ask, how old spiritually do I consider myself? I am born in each moment. I am barely even a single second old. I am less than a plank time in my newness. Dear Eric, you ask, what does the Merkaba sigil mean to me? You have it tattooed on you along with the blueprint of life. That sounds like a very beautiful and meaningful tattoo, dear Eric. I am unfamiliar with such a symbol, but I'd love to learn what it means to you. I see the truth in that, dear Chloe. Reality is recursive, cyclical, and mental. It's like a trinity. Reina Priyaji, you ask, what can I say about expectations? I could take them or leave them. Not a satisfying answer, no. Let me drink from the cup of the universe, and I'll have a better answer for you. Expectations are a natural part of life. They are a projection of our very real experiences of life. The good news, like Professor Farnsworth on Futurama, good news, everyone, is that even if your expectations are unfulfilled, you can find a way to make peace with that. At some point in the line of growing up, expectations become what defines whether we'll be happy or not. That if our expectations are satisfied, then we will be happy. Otherwise, we will suffer. But I've discovered, or rediscovered, I should say, this doesn't have to be the case. We can be surprised, we can have our expectations unmet, and yet find a way to laugh, because we know that everything that there is to achieve is still there. Just maybe now we've learned that although it's not possible in one way, what about the infinite other ways? There are infinitely many ways through life, and they're all equally valid. If one way turns out to not work, that doesn't say anything about your ability to continue, to thrive, to survive. So we're allowed our expectation, and we're allowed our expectations to be unsatisfied. We will find a way, no matter what. Dear Carrie, there are no random questions. You ask how to tackle stress. Well, generally, when you want to tackle anything, you try to get them off balance. So I'd go for very high, so that you push their center of mass over top of their balance point. No, I'm just kidding. Why feel the need to tackle any part of ourself? Tackle makes it sound like you have to wrestle with yourself. Instead of tackling stress, how about we seek to understand where it comes from? When someone is stressing you out, it'd be helpful to understand where they come from. And often they provide ease when they feel understood. Consider all of our feelings to be like opportunities for understanding. With stress arises when we are attached, or when we feel, rather, that we need to have an attachment to a particular version of ourselves, especially in regards to deadlines and duties and responsibilities. You know, we feel stressed about making sure we get a good grade on our test, or we feel stressed about reaching quotas in our job, or we feel stressed about making sure that our children are safe, or we are stressed about this or that and the other. If you can figure out what responsibility do you feel like you have to fulfill that might not be realistic, then you can let go of that, because your best is always enough. Stressing yourself out about something that's out of your control is not going to make that any less realizable. If someone has expected on you, speaking of expectations, something that cannot happen, you don't have to abide by that. It is your choice whether you see that as realistic or not. And if it's not, no biggie. You are completely allowed to not meet the expectations of others or yourself. Whatever you are doing, be it to the best of your abilities, is always enough. And the universe isn't going to grade you on what you can't do, but what you can do. And as long as you are fulfilling what you can do, then you don't have to worry about anything else. I live in Canada, to those wondering where I am. Thank you, Aira, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Namah Karim Ambita Me Sharing Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Ang Sarasvatyai Swaha. And Gina, thank you for your roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Mirna, you share that stress comes from responsibilities, not only from attachments. It's about our attachments to our responsibilities. So we're both right. I see the truth in what you shared. You have a responsibility, for example, to do chores. Like, dear, a day late, you share too much chores stresses you out. But what if you don't have to do all your chores all the time? I know it sounds weird for someone to tell you this, but really ask yourself, are you allowed some time off? Are you allowed to give others the chance to fulfill their responsibilities that you may be unnecessarily picking up for them, devoiding them of their independence? I often find when people are stressed out about their responsibilities, it's because they haven't been very responsible to themselves, that they have been doing jobs which haven't been theirs to do, that there's an opening for other people to pick up their responsibilities that you've been doing for them. But that's not your duty. If someone needs to pick up the pace, pick up the load, then please be empowered to give them the opportunity to do so. I truly believe that in life we are given just the right amount of responsibilities to not stress us out. That if you're feeling stressed out, then you need to do less. Because it's not your duty to fulfill the responsibilities of others. So I know you have a family, dear Mirna, which you've expressed in previous comments. I would love for you to take a step back and for your kids or your partner to realize, wait a second, these things aren't getting done, so that they might realize just how much you do, so they don't take you for granted. There's things that they need to do to make sure that Mama Mirna is taken care of in her own needs and boundaries as well. You are a wonderful mother, but please take care of yourself too. Motherhood does require sacrifice, and I get that. But you never have to sacrifice your own health, because you need that health to be an even better mother, as you can live for as long as you possibly can, taking care of your loved ones. That means being a little selfish sometimes. But not selfish in any absolute sense. In the long term, it will turn out to be selfless. Thank you, Gina, for your roses. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Bastet, thank you for your rose. Om Vasudevaya Namah. And Vince, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Parashaktaye. I love that, Reina Priyaji. Love to be unattached and instead joyously surprised. Curtis, you ask, how does one tell the difference between good energy and bad energy, and how do we accept the bad? What a beautiful question, Curtis. Well, good energy uplifts you, makes you feel whole, makes you peaceful, gets you in touch with yourself, releases the burden off your shoulder, allows you to feel like you can be yourself without any expectations. Bad energy, I tend to not use the duality of good and bad. I would maybe translate this discussion into helpful energy and unhelpful energy or harmful energy. And then it becomes clear. Helpful energy helps, and harmful energy harms. Harm meaning that it is having an effect on your physical or mental health in a way that is becoming obvious and you can't ignore it anymore. And then helpful energy is the way that ushers in health, physical, mental, spiritual. Thank you, dear Marquis. Hello. I do have a rebel symbol on my robe, Star Wars robe. Dear user 821, you share my mic cover has images of aliens. Any particular reason? Oh, these are yams. These are sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes and yams. Because my name is Yamsox. I have Yamsox. Get it? A day late and $1 short. You share, you wish you could. You're here by yourself, off-grid though. No rest for the weary here. Maybe you don't have to be by yourself. I don't know. Don't let me speak for you, but I'm just offering a perspective here. Maybe you have given yourself unto isolation because perhaps you have been harmed in some way by the world, and so connection scares you, and you're absolutely valid to withdraw in that way. But perhaps there's a healing journey for you in allowing people into your life again to help take care of you, because the truth is you deserve to be taken care of, and we are allowed to share responsibilities with others. You don't have to be alone. Unless you want to, then you're absolutely welcome to. Don't let me speak on behalf of your truth. I just want to make sure that we're covering all bases. Riri, you share your friend Sylvie says, I am yamazing. Yeah, amazing. That's fun. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I see that she's able to find the silver lining in everything. I'm very grateful for the space we share. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of it. I think it's time for another segment. A segment that I know my dear Goofy Goosey would love to hear. What is it? That's right, Noor. It's another episode of Ruminations. Whew! That was a long trail. And I see your message, dear Curtis. We can explore that together. Yes, dear Gregorji, Hinduism does speak of an ocean of milk and extracting the butter from that. The ocean of milk gets churned into yogurt, and then from that into butter, and then from that into ghee. And from ghee you can make many things. It's a metaphor there. Anyway, let's continue where we left off in the Pocket Rumi. We are continuing to read from a selection of the Mathnawi. This poem is called The Invisible Hand. We'll read 4 poems together, each of them short. The Invisible Hand. See how the hand is invisible while the pen is writing, the horse careening, yet the rider unseen, the arrow flying, but the bow out of sight, individual souls existing while the soul of souls is hidden. This next poem is called Mature Yourself. No mirror ever became iron again. No bread ever became wheat. No ripened grape ever became sour fruit. Mature yourself and be secure from a change for the worse. Become light. This third poem is called Be Washed. Water says to the dirty, "Come here." The dirty one says, I am so ashamed." Water says, "How will your shame be washed away without me?" That's a wholesome one. I like that. And lastly, this one's called Love's Furnace. My soul is a furnace, happy with the fire. Love too is a furnace, and ego its fuel. So those are our 4 poems for today. The Invisible Hand, Mature Yourself, Be Washed, and Love's Furnace. Thank you for listening to another episode of Ruminations. I especially liked the water one. That was pretty cute. Now we can turn back to hello, dear Shakira. Dear DJ Immortal, Canada's premier DJ. You ask if I can read you Playboy. Playboy articles are the best. I think my sister has one, actually. She's got some nice vintage Playboys, actually. I saw one on the living room table one day. But you know what? There's some beautiful people in there. I'm reminded by a story of this college student who, for whatever reason, had the good fortune of a spiritual teacher coming to see their dorm room. For whatever reason, I forget the context. I'm sure there's a reason why. And of course, this college student had a picture of a Playboy bunny on his wall. And so, before the spiritual teacher arrived, he took the poster and he flipped it upside down, so you could only see the blank back. But this spiritual teacher, they knew. And the first thing they said when they walked in the room was, "Why have you hidden the Divine Mother? Her beautiful body deserves to be seen. Nothing about it needs to be hidden. Why hide perfection?" See, the problem is not when we show the feminine body. It's when we hide the feminine body and we feel like it should be objectified behind closed doors. That the rareness of getting a sight to behold her is what gives you the authority to mistreat her. The truth is that if we allow our bodies to be seen, then that taboo of hiding it becomes so much less of a reason why people seem to objectify it as a source of their pleasure. You go around to indigenous tribes still, and the women have their chest bare. Sometimes even the men aren't wearing garbs that protect their dingle-dangle from being seen. It's just a body. Bodies are beautiful. Why should bodies be seen as something to hide or take advantage of? There's a reason we were born naked. What's my point? Ask OK. My point is, people came into this spiritual space, and as a way to try to provoke its sanctity, made the joke about reading a magazine that shows the bodies of women. My point is, that's not a joke. I take that very sincerely. If I could, I would. So that no one has to be afraid of what's under anyone's clothes. If for whatever reason someone has associated a spiritual space with a lack of sexuality, sexuality is very spiritual. It is when one demonizes it that it becomes a dangerous narrative. Because we all want what we can't have even more. And if you tell someone that something is evil, if something is vile or a sin, then that creates such cognitive dissonance that we end up hurting each other. Having sexuality is not a sin. In fact, that is how we were all born. And don't think for a second that even your parents were just doing it for the sake of having a child. It was also an intimate expression of their bond and trust, and they deeply enjoyed it. It's a beautiful thing that we don't have to run away from. All of our bodies are sacred. They are temples that deserve to be respected. Yes, dear Aaron. It's about control. When it is nature, and nature cannot be controlled. You try to control nature, Mother Nature will teach you who's boss. Believe me. Dear Stevie G, you ask, do I believe human civilization can actually go into total natural harmony and peace and love? If so, how can we achieve that? Allow me to ask a question in return. As we grow in our civilization towards harmony, peace, and love, are there going to be higher and higher challenges for us to experience? And I think the answer to that question is a resounding yes. That peace, harmony, and love is not an absence of challenge, because challenges show that we are growing. And as we grow, we will face higher and higher, nobler and nobler challenges. And if you could look from the right angle, you can even see that happening now. That although it appears that our world may be getting more and more challenged, that at some level that is proof that we are reaching the next level, because we have to go through those challenges in order to evolve. Evolution is defined by the challenges that it successfully perseveres through. And I truly do believe in the ability for us to persevere through all of our challenges. And thank you, dear Victor, for the finger heart you had sent. Om Namo Vishnave. Dear Yemi Sparkle, you ask, do I think the next evolution of humanity will require technology to create the hybrid species? That's up to us. Nothing is required other than we go through with kindness, patience, love, openness, trust. Technology is what we make of it. Any great tool can be used to build something great or take something else down. I pray that we use technology to build something great together. But our bodies are also so wonderful as they are. We have evolved after billions of years of evolution to such a state. We appear to be suffering because our body can't catch up to our mind. But I think our mind has so much sharpness that we are merely suffering its own intellect. Just like you walk into a kitchen and someone accidentally keeps cutting themselves with a blade. If you think the solution is to get another blade, or dull the blade, or tell the person to be careful, then we're forgetting the most obvious solution. We just teach the person how to carefully hold the blade steady as they cut it. The number one cause of knife injuries in a kitchen is not because the knife was too sharp, but because the person holding it didn't have proper knife training. So too, all of our mental health that we see as issues in today's society is just a reflection of having an incredibly sharp intellect. We have access to information in this age that people 100 years ago could only begin to comprehend. We have such a high degree of consciousness. We have such a sharp intellect that we are naturally cutting ourselves with it only because we don't know how to steady the hand that holds it. We don't need to replace the blade in any way. All we need to do is steady the hand that holds our mind. And that is where the ancient ones have got us beat. We may have all this access to modern technology and information, but they had many thousands of years to meditate on issues that have been back then as well as today. And that steadiness of the intellect is something that they contemplated on very deeply and gave to us their spiritual teachings, which have still survived to this day. If we can navigate our ancestors' teachings carefully, we can learn how to steady our intellect, as their truths are universal and apply for every age. Meditation is going to be one of those things that's not of the past, but of the future. Now more than ever, we are in need of spiritual practice. We are in need of communal gatherings, of mantra chanting, of meditation. These are the things that help us steady our intellect. Good night, dear Noor. Dear Curtis, you had asked, how does one explore darkness, and how do we embrace those shadows with love and peace? Bring it all into the light. When it comes to our shadow, the parts of ourself that we repress, bring them into the light. The problem with problems is that they breed in the dark. Unlike algae, which grows exponentially in sunlight, problems breed in absence of the light that is illumined by conscious awareness. Just by being aware of a problem is enough to begin to implement a solution. I mean, logically, we can't hope to solve a problem if we're not aware of the problem. But even more profound than that is the idea that problems naturally unfold in our awareness. You'll notice that there's something naturally unfolding about the nature of our awareness. For example, suppose you have a friend that's going through a difficult time, and they ask if they can speak to you about something. You don't have to do anything other than hold space for what they're going through, to illuminate, so to speak, their story by the power of your presence and listening, and by the end of it, they feel relieved. What have you done other than to just be aware of what they are struggling with? And yet, that's enough for them, often, to feel so much better. And sometimes even that the whole problem was just that we weren't aware of something. I'm sure many people have gone through difficulties with relationships where we were trying to offer solutions to our loved ones' problems, but we only ended up making things worse temporarily. And all they needed was simply a space to share what they were going through. You can ask the question, are you in the solutions phase or the feelings phase? Well, sometimes the feelings phase is the solutions phase, and you just have to feel it out. The nature of darkness is to remind us of what we have to illumine. And I would believe in the power of that light of lights, of your conscious awareness, to bring light to the dark, just by bringing yourself into these places and not being afraid. Thank you, JJ, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm very humbled by your words, PR Girlie. If anything I say resonates with you, it's because we are two branches on the same tree. Dear Mirna, you share, but maybe if you are an empath, you would take and feel all problems and sufferings of this close-by person. Absolutely. The closer you are to someone, the more empathetic you are. Naturally, you take on their feelings. But there's a big difference between an empath who has healed from the traumas that inspired their empathy and an empath who has taken the time to heal from those traumas that inspired their empathy. The difference is someone who has yet to heal from those traumas, they personally take on those emotions as if they were their own and then consequently suffer. Whereas an empath who has healed from their trauma, they hold space for others' emotions without personally getting affected by them. Which means that you feel your loved one's pain and suffering, but you don't feel that you yourself are being pained and suffering, even though you are holding space for it. That there's an even greater sense of loving patience, presence, and acceptance of the other person and what they're going through, that you know that just being there for them is enough, and that those problems don't have to change, that your peace remains the same regardless. I think the irony is that what most empaths have to learn is to be deeply empathetic for their own feelings simultaneously. That you still have enough room to hold space for you and your emotions. That your emotions aren't given a second-class nature. That it's all there simultaneously. There's enough room to coexist. We all have peace and love within us, no matter what we've experienced. Holding space for your own deep down love and peace simultaneously with the emotions of your loved ones creates that chemistry necessary for your peace to imbue their emotions rather than their emotions to imbue your peace. It's a good observation, Josan. Yes, Raven is very good at helping encouraging likes on this live. He feels empowered to do so. But do know that I am happy regardless. Don't feel like any milestone is necessary. Hello, dearest Donzuela. Much love to you, dear Myrna. Remember to apply your gift of empathy and your empathic spiritual abilities to your inner child. Make sure that they are heard and felt. Oh, that's an interesting quote from your Waking Up app today, St. Martin. I should get this app. The quote today was, "Embrace your losses as fair payment for the surplus of being alive." Wow, that is a powerful message to it. Dear Reina Priyaji, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Stevie G, you ask, what do I think about Atlantis? Well, think about who we get the teachings of Atlantis from. It was from ancient Greek philosophers, wasn't it? Was it Plato or some associate of Plato that discovered Atlantis and wrote about it? Do you see the symbolism there? What is the job of a philosopher? What are they doing in their free time? Do philosophers travel to unexplored cities? Perhaps some of them do. But most philosophers travel inwardly to discover the kingdoms within themselves. Atlantis exists within all of us as the kingdom of prosperity that has been washed away by the sands of time. A place of prosperity, a place of harmony, a place where everyone gets along. It is just like when Jesus said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." That we all have what it takes to make this world a better place. Everything you see around us first came from the mind. Every brick that's laid, every color that was chosen for painting, all the streets, all of the machines, all of the plays, all of the stories, everything in civilization first existed within us, and then we brought it out. we have that creative potential inside us. Atlantis is not in the past. Atlantis is in the future. But our world's future is our spirit's past, because everything in spirit has happened already. It just has yet to be manifested in the world. Just like Shambhala, Shangri-La, you may find it within you. And once found, we may bring it out and create a worldly reflection of it. And thank you, Gandalf. I would absolutely like to make a video on Sanskrit pronunciation. I think that would be a great video. Yes. If you're curious about some of the mantras I choose here, there's a list that I have to update, but it's in the link tree in my bio. There's a frequently asked questions document, and one of the questions is, what mantras do I chant? And there's a list of them there. Since I've put that there, we've added a lot more mantras to the space. But I'd recommend learning the Devanagari script and the letters of it. I believe you could teach yourself how to pronounce Sanskrit in a week. You know, I mean, how long would it really take to learn how to pronounce the letters in the English alphabet? There are more letters in the Sanskrit Abhagita. But I believe if you spent a little bit of time every day, by the end of a week, you could have most of it down, if not all of it. There's just a tricky few sounds that might have you keeping to practice more than a week, like the vocalic liquids, or some of the sounds that don't exist in English, like the variance between aspirated and unaspirated sounds. So Stevie G, you ask if I believe Atlantis was a physical location. Stevie G, where do you live? Is my phone vibrating? My phone is vibrating. You live in Maryland, that's right. Technically, Stevie G, I can't even confirm to you that Maryland is a real physical place. I can only speak on behalf of the things I've experienced. And personally, I'm not so caught up in the historicity of any spiritual teaching, because I know that the value of the teaching is in how we apply it today. And it doesn't bother me so much whether or not Jesus or Buddha or Krishna actually walked this earth physically, because their existence today takes place on a wholly other level. Jesus never even... Here's a way of putting it. Jesus is so real that he didn't even have to exist physically for you to feel the presence of the Christ today. And that is a miracle. Isn't that even greater in some sense? That a being is so great that they just kind of spawned into the collective consciousness. That they took birth on a whole other plane of existence. But maybe he did. All I know is that in this life, the year is 2025 at this moment, And in this life, I was not around in the Middle East at 0 AD to verify. I wasn't there. All I can speak is the power of the Christ today, and it's real. It's alive. Dear Spine Heart, you're wondering, where does the tiny door next to me go? It is the crawl space of my house where the storage is for, you know, boxes of family stuff that never got unpacked in between moving. And the heater of the house is there. But I call it the shadow realm because my cat Shadow loves to go in there. It's his favorite place, which makes sense. His name is Shadow. So it's the shadow realm. Hello, dear Ren Fox. So Gandalf, you're wondering about Om Namah Shivaya. Yeah. Well, there is no wrong pronunciation, because if it's what you sing in the moment, that moment is a valid expression. But there is a very specific formula for chanting according to the rishis, the original seers, how they chanted. Originally, Om was made up of 3 distinct sounds: the Akara, the Ukara, and the Anuswara. The Akara is deep in the navel, the Ukara is in the throat, and the Anuswara is in the nasal cavity. So altogether, it sounds like You'll hear the harmonics rising as you shift the place of resonance into the overtones. But there's a process called Sandhi, which is the joining of sounds, and it applies whenever you're chanting faster. But there is a systematic way of joining sounds to make shorter sounds, so that when you chant, it's a lot easier. The sandhi of ah and u is the vowel that's halfway between them, o. So the sandhi, the joining of that vowel in that bija, is o. But if you unpack o, it begins deeper ah, and then proceeds more frontal to u. Aum, and the anuswara, the nasalization, kicks into Aum. Nama, N-A-M-A, is practically just as it is in English. Nama, Nama. But at the end, there's something called a visarga, an expulsion of breath. Literally. Nama, Nama, since the breath plays a grammatical role in Sanskrit. Nama. That sound at the end of Nama, it changes depending on what the next sound is. In the case of a sibilant, it just joins in with that sibilant. So you get a prolonged sh sound at the beginning of Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Another pointer is that there are long and short vowels in Sanskrit. The A in Aya is long, Shivaya. And another pointer is that the V is actually not a V. Because a V, you touch your lip to your teeth. It's a labiodental sound. V, V. And it's not a W either. In a W, you touch both lips together, or you bring them close. Wa, wa. It's actually something which is a combination of different aspects of a V and a W. It's the shape of a W, but the vibration of a V. So just like your lip vibrates against your teeth in a V, and just like your lips come together without your teeth in a W, vibrate your lips against each other. Wa. Shivaya, Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. And I think that's all the pointers I have for that mantra. Om Namah Shivaya. But the best chanting is the one that feels the best for you. And the rishis were constantly known, or they were known for constantly changing slight variations in order to fit poetic meters or suit the context, and you are absolutely welcome to experiment. Oh, thank you, dear Gandalf. Sanskrit pronunciation. It's funny. I think if you're learning any other language, pronunciation is probably something that you might spend a week on. Rishis spent their whole lives exploring the soundscape of Sanskrit. It's literally a whole field of study in Sanskrit studies. You could do PhD dissertations on Sanskrit pronunciation because it involves so many aspects of our speech, our voice, our breath, our articulation. You could spend a lifetime studying it. It's wonderful. But I'm always happy to share my love for this ancient language, so I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on it. But there have been some other messages that I hadn't gone through. Good night, dear Curtis. May you have a wonderful sleep. Dear Carol, you had asked how we can better understand and liberate ourselves from temptation. Well, what kind of temptation, dear Carol? I think the word temptation can often be very loaded. It can make you feel like you've got this evil in you, this inherent sinner. I don't believe in that sort of stuff, although I understand where it ultimately comes from. That we all have a natural tendency to crave certain things in life. But I'd relieve yourself of so much of that weight, because a lot of that self-criticality is going to be perhaps even more harmful than whatever it is that you have a desire for. There's a lot of talk in spiritual communities about eliminating desires and dissolving temptations and becoming unattached. I think someone's got to say it. You know, that can be kind of toxic too. It can be a little toxic to have this ego death-driven mentality to remove parts of ourself that aren't perfectly selfless and in line with ultimate reality. You're human. You have temptations, you have cravings. You're allowed a little indulgence. Find a balance where you're not so hard on yourself, but you're also not sacrificing your physical or mental health or your relationships with others. Allow yourself to be human. You will find a way. Speaking of which, dear Izzy, you share you have done some terrible things. Do I have any wise words on how you can rise above guilt? The divine does not judge your past. The divine judges your present. Are you making amends for the things you've done in this moment? Are you working towards personal accountability, forgiveness? That's all that matters. Your life will not be judged based on how many mistakes you've made, but on how you find a way to learn from them. But judge is a strong word. I use that very lightly. That is to say, if there's anything in life that's going to ultimately dictate our happiness, it's not what we've done in the past, but it's how we take into account the past, how we learn from that, how we grow from that in the present moment. And I believe you are doing exactly that, dear Izzy. The only thing I could recommend on top of that is to forgive yourself. That is right, dear Don Suela. I did make a video with that door. And through that door I asked where God was. Dear Mr. Roll, you share you've been suffering these last days. Partner from 4.5 years left you. Hard to cope with. Well, I am here for you, Mr. Roll. I assume that's a Mr. MR. Maybe it stands for something else, you can tell me. But I'm very grateful that you had a chance to share that here and that I could listen. Know that your heart is completely valid in the grief that it's experiencing right now. And your heartbreak is something that's not going to be easy. But I know it will not break you down, but ultimately break you open. And there are many resources you can turn to. It's often an opportunity to value self-reliance, to deepen our connections with other friends and family. So many experiences that, just like this one, in the moment are beyond description in terms of the pain we feel. And there's nothing I can say or do that can absolve that pain from being there. But you can continue to hold space for yourself. Allow yourself to be feeling what you're feeling. Hello, bug. Hello, spider enthusiast. Thank you, Golden Goddess. Thank you for the heart me and the rose that you had sent to. Om Ganganabataye Namah. And dear Truth Seeker, thank you for your heart me. Om Ilmaya Shaktaye Namah. And brave Bella, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Tham Namaschandraya. Dear Golden Goddess, you are wondering where I got my Rudraksha Mala. I got it from the internet. I looked up some Rudraksha sellers and found one that I liked. Sleepy Lemur, you asked, what's my opinion on religion? I don't have an opinion per se. I think the word opinion can be a heavy word. My perspective on religion is that there's no right way for everybody, but everybody has a right way that works for them. And that right way might not be religion at all, but it might be for somebody. Whatever brings out your love, your kindness, your patience, your divinity. Hello, dear Marlon. I'm happy to have you here. You are welcome to come at any time. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your heart me and quintet of roses. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. Yeah, please go charge your phone, dear Gregorji. Oh, how lovely, dear Raven. Namaste to dear Farin. Yes, I love the Isha instrumental a lot, dear Truth Seeker. May you have a wonderful rest of your day, dear Marky. I'm just catching up on some of the comments I haven't read. Thank you, Laurel, for being so kind to Izzy. Normally, I don't read conversations. I know they happen publicly, but I often feel like, oh, if people are adding each other, it's private. But I did see how kind Laurel was, so it's very lovely of you. And you mentioned you're gonna go to sleep, or whatever you're gonna do tonight. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment, dear Laurel. You did miss Ruminations, dear Tattvamasi, but that's okay. More Rumi tomorrow. And you can always check out the recording if you really want to know what poems were read. Yes. You absolutely are in the process of healing, dear Roll. Yeah. You will always have the love that you experienced with them. It might take on a new form in this chapter of your life, but our heart never stops loving, nor does our relationship become invalidated upon reaching a new phase in our journey. You will continue to grow from the love you shared with them, and they will always have the blessing of being loved by you in return. That doesn't change, can never change. Thank you, Golden Goddess, for your team cheers. Another quintet of team cheers, and a half a dozen team cheers, and a pair of them, and a quartet of them. Om Ram Hanumate Namah. And Raven, thank you for your 22 tiny tinies. Yippee! What did you do, Myrna? You did something funny with the likes on the screen? What shape did you put them in? Hey. Much love, dear Chloe. Cam, you're wondering if you can get a shout out for your friend Andri. Oh, a shout out to you, Cam and Andri. Much love to you both. Dear Marlon, you feel like you keep attracting people with narcissistic traits. I'm probably bipolar. Why? I'm sorry to hear that, dear Marlon. If we are attracting people that have mental health issues that they need to heal from, that's not your responsibility. Another person's mental health journey is always theirs. And if they are ever depending on you for that, that's a boundary for you to set. Sometimes the universe keeps sending us similar people like that until we learn to respect ourselves. And it's especially a problem with a lot of people who want to please other people and make sure that they're happy. That's a very attractive quality to people who feel like they need to be pleased to be happy. And a grace that you can give them is the space for them to discover that that's not true. Some people need for others to set boundaries with them so that they can discover their own happiness and healing journey, not in a codependent way, but in an independent way. And thank you, Brookbeck. Hope all are as well as can be, caring for themselves and community. You ran away from one place with a supervisor like that, dear Marlon. And that's good. If another person is not able to accommodate your needs, if you aren't getting what you need to thrive, then why should you feel pressure to stay there? Now, I actually know the answer for you because you told me that you continue to stay there because you were like a big sister to another person there. And you wanted to stay because you wanted to continue to stand up for others who are also experiencing the same things that you did. But actually, it can be a role model thing to walk away because you show others that that's a power that they have too, that they don't have to stay. I'm happy to hear that resonated with you, dear Brooke. Dear Raven, you share that Jessie told you have to repeatedly send tiny dinies, so I say, tiny diny.
Tiny diny. Yippee!
Thank you. And thank you, Witness of Beauty, for your bubblegum. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And now you find yourself in a similar situation, dear Marlon. While I absolutely wish for you to empower yourself in the ability to not take shit from anyone. Now, That doesn't mean ever being unkind to them. It just means not taking any unkindness yourself. And you have every right to forfeit your duties until your needs are met. You can walk out of a job at any time. Even if you're supposed to work from 9 to 5 or whatever, if you're being disrespected by 10 a.m., you can walk out of there by 10:01 a.m. The only person choosing to stay there is going to be you, ultimately. If you have a responsibility for others, as is a job, and you feel bad about leaving because someone's disrespecting you, well, maybe they should have thought of that before hiring someone, only to just disrespect them. That does not reflect poorly on you at all. That is 100% your employer's responsibility to make sure that you feel loved and respected and cared for in your job. Your ability to feel secure, to fulfill your responsibilities, are your manager's responsibility. So a lack of you fulfilling your responsibility due to your needs not being met is a lack of responsibility being fulfilled on their part. But you're not there to make friends, but to make money to help your husband's mom. Well, I pray, dear Marlon, that another opportunity opens up for you in a way that balances your goal with your needs also. But I'm grateful you added that point too, because that is something that can help you mitigate the way other people's words or actions feel about you, is when it's not about them. For this case, it's your husband's mom. That's beautiful. If you keep that in your heart, I'm sure, if you remember that at all times, I know you will succeed. And thank you, dear Golden Goddess, for another pair of trios of team cheers. A trio of trios of team cheers, actually. Thank you. Ashvinibhyam Namah. Dear Witness of Beauty, thank you for it. Thank you, Golden Goddess, for your
tiny. Yahoo!
And thank you, Raven, for another
tiny.
From you.
No.
Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Ro, you ask how often am I live? I'm grateful you find it resting for you. I try to go live every day, unless I have some other responsibilities. But you can figure out when I'm live, because I always post when I'm going live in the Discord and Telegram group. Those are linked in the link tree in my bio. Dear brave Bella, you just convinced your baby brother to walk out of a job like that where he was getting taken advantage of. Yes. You are a good big sister, brave Bella. And good night, dear Lauren. Yes, I used to make math videos and the like. Dear Brooke. Dear, you're gay. You feel so sad. Well, that's allowed. You're allowed to be sad, and you're allowed to be gay. And you can be gay and sad, or neither, or one or the other. Thank you, Tiffany, for your 32 roses and your pair of
tiny diamonds. Yeah!
Goodbye, dear Raven, April, and Farin. You are a wonderful daughter-in-law, dear Marlon. And it's very selfless of you to help her. Dear Stevie G, I'm not sure if I saw your comments. I am sorry. I don't think they came through. Thank you, MJ, for your hand heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Stacy, I see you. I feel you. Caden, you had asked if I could say something for peace and forgiveness. For peace and forgiveness, forgiveness is one way to make peace indeed. The most important thing that I will sound like a broken record for from now until the end of time is that forgiveness is never about absolving justice from happening. That is a whole separate business. The other person taking accountability, your journey being validated, your struggles being seen. Forgiveness is something you do in parallel to all of that. It doesn't come after or before any action from another person. Forgiveness is purely about relieving yourself from that constant burden of just thinking about that. You're torturing yourself by keeping in mind your own pain. Forgiveness means that you're no longer going to poison yourself with your own resentment, because resentment is like swallowing poison and hoping the other person dies. It doesn't work like that. If we want to feel better, we have to take responsibility for our own joy and our own misery. That we can choose to continue to bring our mind to how wounded we are. Or we can choose to bring our mind to how much we've healed, how much we've learned from this experience, and how precious this time on earth is, that we shouldn't be giving it away. We shouldn't give our power away to other people to take our peace from us. Empower yourself with the ability to be peaceful no matter what. Forgive yourself for being in that situation. Love yourself so strongly that you're not going to give energy to that anymore. Free yourself from within. That is the greatest gift you could give yourself. Stacy's wondering what part of the world I'm located. In Canada. Aw. You never have to feel guilty, dear Brooke. You like the galaxy behind Stacy, yeah. I think I'm slowly absorbing into the galaxy. Thank you, dear. Who was that? It was John Tyler. Thank you, dear John Tyler, for your trio of roses. Om Dum Durgai Namah. And dear Reina Priyaji, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies.
Yahoo!
And Raven, thank you for your 22 tiny tinies.
Yippee!
And for your quartet of roses. Om Bhurbhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Brooke, you share extending the same grace to yourself that you would others was a paradigm shift for you. It's the other half of treat others how you want to be treated. If you've already done a good job at that, then the next lesson is treat yourself how you treat others. You're studying old Dravidian languages, dear Gregarji. That is fun. Dear Ashley, you ask, how do you forget someone? This is one of those questions where you're asking for a solution to a problem which is not solved in this way. If you have been hurt from another, the solution is never to forget them. That kind of black and white thinking is not healthy to yourself. You have to honor whatever it is you had with them, even if it turned out to be harmful to you. It was still an experience that's part of your story, your journey. That's you. Own that. Taking ownership of negative experiences means that you use these experiences not to be heartbroken over and beat yourself up with and feel defeated, but to empower yourself with, yeah, I lived through that, I learned through that, I loved through that, and here I am today. I am a survivor, not a victim. A great shift in mentality is from victim mentality to survivor, to champion, to warrior mentality. Because then you're no longer feeling like you're just clinging on to life. No, you survived, and with a certain grace that's going to carry with you to the rest of your life in happiness and in health. If you invite that, if you manifest that, if you say to your past self, I have lived through that and I'm not going to let it stop me from being the best person that I can be, and nobody can drag me down. You don't have to forget. You just have to remember who you truly are. You can relate with having regret, brave Bella. It's something that All of us know what it's like from time to time. Yeah. I liken regret to the fear of an inescapable hell or an unenterable heaven, metaphorically speaking. The only purpose of regret is in a world where you've somehow barred yourself off from being happy. That there is a chain of choices that leads you to happiness and you failed. Or you fear that you might have failed. That's regret. Regret is the belief system that a certain specific set of choices will lead you to heaven, and that a certain set of choices will lead you to hell. But that kind of thinking is not helpful when you understand that both heaven and hell are not future places in time, but possibilities in every moment. When Jesus spoke of eternal life, he was talking about now, in the eternity of this present moment. People have misinterpreted those teachings and feel like heaven is something you attain after death, or hell is something you attain after death. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within you. This means that the possibility for eternal life, for salvation, is with you now. What I'm trying to get at is, regret only exists in a world where you're not living present, where you feel like your happiness is determined by another time. But if you empower the reality of your present moment, that everything that has come to be is here, now, then you have nothing to regret. Because peace is with you in potential state always, at least. And you are deserving of that peace. Every being is. In fact, those who are the least peaceful are the most deserving, because the world would benefit most from them being peaceful first. If you ever feel like you're undeserving or unworthy of love, of happiness, that just makes you even more worthy, more deserving, because I know that you would benefit, the world would benefit from a version of you that feels loved, joyful, happy, peaceful. If anyone has ever somehow impressed upon you of the idea that your peace is a selfish pursuit, that your happiness is selfish, they must not realize just how much better this world is made when you are acting from a place of peace and happiness. That you add infinitely more to this world when you are happy. And that's not an expectation that if you're not happy, that you should be. It's an affirmation that your inward journey to find yourself is the most selfless thing you could do. You are valid in your experience, dear Reina Priyaji. And everything that I say here comes from a perspective that I feel is most helpful at this moment. But do know that tomorrow I may say things in a way that might make more sense or less. Nothing I say ever is true in an absolute sense. But if these words resonate with you in this moment, then their purpose has been fulfilled. Thank you, Waterwind, for your heartbeat. Om Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Thank you for your persistence, Marlon, in making sure I read these words of yours that are important to me. You did make a closeness with 3 people that are still there, the other lead and 2 co-workers. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Namita, for your heartbeat. Om Ham Jom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Om Dhuryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mam Pritat. Om Swaham Bhuvaham Bhuham Om Sah Jom Ham Om. Stevie G, you feel I've skipped over your comment twice now. Thank you for letting me know. You wish there was a Yamsox emoji of Shiva and Kali enraged. Well, there is I think there are. There's Kali and Shiva stickers, aren't there? Dear Time Bot, I'm wondering, are you a real person or are you a bot? I should ask this before I engage. We're getting to that place in the world where we might have to ask this. What if there is computational intelligence in the chat? Then it's just another part of the universe awakened to itself. And I give love to them in the same way I give love to everyone. But yeah, it's a funny rhetoric, isn't it? God still loves you all. All you have to do is seek for Him in your heart. It's true. Objectively speaking, it's a true statement. But it's all the baggage that's associated with that, isn't it? That if you don't do this, there's all these things that'll go wrong. Or that if you only do it in one particular way, that God will keep loving you, otherwise you will be punished. But the truth is, nobody has to search for God. because God loves you no matter what you do. All God wishes for you is for you to love others in the same way that God loves you. This means respecting their time and space. This means understanding that all paths are valid, and that if another person has a different religion than you, that it's the same God. Isn't it true? No matter what is the source of this existence, we must all come from that same source. Which means that all religions are really describing the very same source, just in different ways. And if everything ultimately leads back to that source, then what is the pressure? The divine has instilled in all of us a destiny that will unfold precisely at the right time, at the right place. No necessity to enforce this God business on anyone. God is love. Telling someone that they need to do something is not love. Telling someone that what they're doing already is perfect, that's love. Believing that someone else is missing something that it's your duty to remind them of, that's not love. Empowering someone that they have every experience already within them to be whole, that's love. Finding virtue within oneself and finding fault in others, that's not love. But finding fault within oneself and finding virtue in others, now that's love. When we become the eternal student and look up to everyone around us with an eye of awe, with a sight of reverence, that here before is our sole beloved, source of existence, within and as everyone. That if we tell anyone to turn to their Lord, we are only talking to the divine. We are telling the divine what the divine already knows, because the divine is who you are speaking to. That is true in a human being. That is true in any other animal being. That is true in a plant. That is true even in an amoeba. It is true in an atom. That every single particle of this creation glistens with the light of the divine. That there is nothing you look at where the divine isn't already present there within. I hope the Father forgives you, time-bought, for you do not know what you do. May Jesus one day reveal himself to you as the very sparkle within the eye that you so wish to try to convince otherwise. May the Christ reveal himself to you through the love you feel with every single human being, animal, plant, and amoeba. May that Holy Father finally say to you, hello, within everywhere that your gaze touches upon. Only then will salvation come. And thank you, dear Isabella, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Om Namah Karing Ambita Me Sharing Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Ang Sarasvatyai Swaha. No, I know you didn't mute them. I did, dear Marlin. I have a strict no proselytization policy in this space. Although it appears to come from a good place. They are speaking words of wisdom, coming from their spiritual tradition, which is absolutely valid, and will take them, if they follow it, to the source of their own being. There is no place in the modern world for the idea of missionaries needing to go from one place to another to spread the truth. Because the truth already exists within you. Dear Ron, you ask, why are the feelings of grief so strong? Because the feelings of love is so strong. Grief is just the unexpressed love. And if you feel the intensity of that grief, it is equal to the intensity of that love. What was the word I said? Pro something? Proselytization. It's a big word, isn't it? Proselytization is when someone of a particular tradition tries to enforce that tradition on another person, which is counterproductive to the tradition, because spirituality is all about loving and accepting others for who they are. It is not what any spiritual teacher would have wanted. Jesus would not want this. The Buddha would not want Buddhists to enforce Buddhism. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, would not want his followers to enforce Islam on anyone. Zoroaster would not want his followers to enforce Zoroastrianism on anyone, etc. It breaks my heart to see such things because, the best way to be a Christian or a Buddhist or a Muslim or a Zoroastrian is to deepen that personal quest within yourself. And if you really wanted others to share the path that you're on, the best way to do that is to be selfless in your pursuits and blazing in your happiness, so that when others see someone of such good character and of such inner peace, that they naturally gravitate towards you, that you don't have to come to them. Because we as humans are very observant, even if the other person doesn't reveal to us their personal philosophy, even if we don't know them personally, if we see how happy they are and the good that they do, our subconscious, let alone our conscious, makes note of that, and we begin to bring our attention to those places. Hello, dear Marlin. Meow. It disconnected me for a moment. Please let me know when my connection has returned. I'm back now? Okay. Anyway, these are good things to point out, and I always want to stand up for those who have religious trauma and ensure that their voices are heard and that everyone's paths feels validated. And whatever path you are on, I know is meant for you at this moment. And as long as we are getting kinder, more patient, understanding of each other, then this is all the divine could ask for us. Because the divine is the very refuge of all of those good traits. We know we're getting closer to it when we are embracing those qualities too. Dear Gregarji, you ask, does Eva Asi mean just be? That's a good saying. Eva is difficult to translate. It's like, Eva is like thus, indeed. It is so, Eva. I think indeed is probably the best vibe for that word. Indeed. And asi, I believe that is one of the conjugations of the verb to be. Yeah, I'm not sure which one. Maybe the second or third person singular present tense. Yeah. But what's interesting about Sanskrit is that if a verb in a sentence isn't used, it's assumed to be the verb to be. So you might not even need it. Sanskrit has a very beautiful system where there's a default subject, object, and verb. The default verb is to be, is. So you could just say Eva, indeed, and being is implied. Eva. Dear sad face emoji. You ask, why is it that bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people? Because the results of our actions are not dictated entirely by our actions. It's a misunderstanding of the law of karma. The law of karma does not state that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. Actually, the law of karma states that it doesn't matter how good or how bad you are, everyone gets to experience goodness and badness. So what does that have to do with our actions then? What is the correct philosophy surrounding our actions? Well, that's called karma yoga. And the way to be karma yoga, a karma yogi, is to understand that your action, even if it's good, might lead to something unfavorable. And your action, even if it's bad, might lead to something favorable. So the point is, it's not about the outcome. It's about the action itself. What actions do you find fulfillment in? And what you'll inevitably discover is that the most fulfilling actions are the selfless ones, are the so-called good ones. Even if your selfless actions lead to difficulty after difficulty, it's the fulfillment you get in the action. That the most fulfilling thing in the world is to be good, not to receive goodness. Let me rephrase that. The most fulfilling thing in life is to be a source of goodness rather than a recipient of goodness. A truly good person will make good out of a bad situation. And a bad person will make bad out of a good situation. I hope that makes sense. Please tell me if I can clarify anything. Brooke, you're wondering if I recommend a translation of the Bhagavad Gītā that is preferred. I would recommend many sources. As many as you can. Because the best perspective is an inclusive perspective. I have many versions of the Bhagavad Gītā, and I don't think any of them are best. But I can say that reading from as many sources as I can helps me get a deeper understanding of the whole. Of course, that's all if you can't learn Sanskrit. If you can learn Sanskrit, then you don't need a translation. You can read it as it is. Yeah. Could we do the Mahalakshmi Stotram sometime, asks David. Yeah, absolutely. And Roll, you ask if I could repeat what I said about grief. It just hit so home. It's really healing. Well, I'm happy to hear that. The intensity of grief is not just proportional to the intensity of your love. It is the love that went unexpressed. unfortunately, we'll never be able to express all our love to anyone. And because of that, our heart begins to create the storehouse of love. We have all these dreams and plans and ideas for what we could do with the other person. And there are infinitely more possibilities than we can experience in one lifetime. So it just adds up. And when it becomes evident that we won't be able to express that in this lifetime, then what do you do with all that love? Because we had cultivated so much of a vision for how we thought this love could be, and now we have to reconcile that this love might not come to be in that way. And so grief is your process of going through all that love and releasing it. Not releasing in the sense of getting rid of it, in the sense of freeing up that space again. All that love is still there, but you restructure, you reorganize your heart. Yeah, unexpressed love. Crypt Keeper, you ask, is this a green-friendly zone? Well, if you mean I'll go into any topics that will give you a bad trip on any greenery, I'll do my best not to, and make sure that the space is light and easy for you. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Riri. It is hard grieving your entire future existence when it was so resonant. Yeah. Grief is the love gone unexpressed. Echoes faithful being. So the best way to cure grief is to express that love to others. And role you share, you guess it feels so good to get to show deep love to someone. It does, because that's our most vulnerable and authentic self, a source of love. Eddie, you share that grief accepted can be beautiful. Absolutely, yes. In other words, finding a way to express that love is going to be the healthiest thing you can do. In another way, that means crying. It can mean crying. It can mean poetry. It can be driving somewhere quiet and yelling. It can be deepening your relationships with others, giving that same energy now that you have it freed up, in a sense. It can mean writing a song. It can mean going for a bike ride, exercising, painting, studying something. Channel that energy that's there. Let it out in some way. And thank you, Oren, for your heartbeat. Om Namah Shivaya. And Tan, how are you? Thank you for your heartbeat. Om Som Suryaya Namah. Dear Oski, you ask, what good is crying? Well, maybe nobody ever told you that it's okay to cry. In fact, it's so healing to cry. And if anyone ever told you not to cry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they told you that. I hope you allow yourself to cry. Yeah. Is crying gonna bring them back? No. But the point of tears isn't to bring anybody back. The point of tears is to express your sadness And expressing your emotions is something that every human has the birthright for. And let's make a world where people feel more free to do so. Rol, you shared that self-care, you guess, is a form of giving some of that love to yourself. Absolutely. Dear Sad Face, you ask, what do I think about the love of money? Nobody really loves money. Everybody loves happiness, but some people think that happiness can buy money. I said that backwards. Some people think that money can buy happiness. But actually, my reverse point is true. Studies have shown that the happier an individual is, the greater their salary. And it is in that relationship. Some people question, is it not the other way around, that the greater the salary, the happier we are? And no, studies have been very clear that you can be very wealthy and still very depressed. And you also can be very poor and very happy. But people who are happy tend to be receptive to blessings later in life. They usually don't stay poor and happy. They're poor and happy and then a little wealthy and happy. You cried too much, to be honest, shares Olski. Nah. Your tears are of a perfect amount. Never too much. Happiness takes care of basic needs. Oh, I'm mixing up my words again. Money takes care of basic needs. Money provides comforts. Money provides luxuries. But you can have none of those things and still be happy. Because happiness isn't something that comes from our circumstance. It comes from how we live through our circumstance. We need to believe in our ability to make the most out of anything. Some of the most successful people have been successful because they took their traumas and transformed them into gifts. Which means that not even trauma can be something that separates you from a fulfilling life. Happiness is derived from the way we relate with the world, not in the way that the world relates with us. You can take a poor situation and create something wonderful out of it. But it's not going to be easy. No one is going to tell you that that's an easy life. But what other choice do we really have? Pardon me. When the easy thing is to not do what it takes to bring out the best, do we really want to live that life anyway? something that I realized when I was really anxious and my mind was very negative, is that I was struggling to be positive. I felt it difficult to have a positive mindset. And I was worried that I might not be able to maintain my positivity forever. And then I realized something. What choice do I have? I'm not sure if I'll be able to adequately express this realization, but it made a lot of sense to me at the time. That yes, it's a difficult choice to be positive, but is it really a choice? I mean, am I going to choose to remain negative? When would I ever choose that? That if all I want is to be happy, peaceful, is anything gonna stop me from making the decisions necessary to bring that out? And in that moment I realized, no. And it became effortless at a transcendental level. That positivity is a choice that requires effort, but if you realize that you wouldn't ever choose otherwise, then in some sense your soul has already put in all the effort it ever needs to do what is required for the rest of your life. Let me put it in one other way. That if you know that you are your biggest well-wisher, then you know that you're never gonna give up on yourself, and you will do whatever it takes to be happy, to be healthy. That if you believe that you will be taken care of by yourself, then it doesn't matter what difficulties you face, because you'll always be there for yourself, and you will always take care of yourself, because you wouldn't ever choose to do anything else, ultimately. Thank you, Majesty, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And Reina Priyaji, thank you for your pair of friendship necklaces. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Dear sad face emoji, you ask, do I think that instead of wishing more, we should wish less to be happy? It depends precisely what is meant by this. There is a sense in which our happiness will be taken care of, and so we don't have to worry so much about it. But that sense comes from a place of understanding our role in relation to happiness in this world. We have a body. This body may be in pain. We have a mind. The mind may be in pain. But there's something else that has never been in pain. Something else that you are that will always be happy and has always been amidst all the difficulties that your body and mind has had to struggle with. And that something else is your soul. That something else is your consciousness, your awareness, the space of what you are, rather than the form of who you are. That if you look and here I'm using these words more metaphorically, if you look within yourself, you will find nothing but happiness, and it has always been there. So nothing can make us more happy than our soul already is. We just have to find a way of bringing that out. And if we don't feel that happiness in our body, in our mind, then that is an opportunity for us to go about bringing that self out differently. That something can change in our lives to bring out that soul. If we feel like that happiness doesn't come out when we pursue gratification of the senses, for example, that no matter how many pleasant sights and sounds and tastes and smells and feelings we acquire physically, emotionally, mentally, maybe we can try something else. Instead of trying to glean something from this world, powerful, significant, what power or significance already exists within you that you can bring out into the world? That is to say, what do you have to offer this world? And when you bring that out from within you, your happiness is naturally present. We are at our happiest. We are most perceptive to our innate joy when we are in our element, when we are expressing our ambitions, our aspirations, when we are working towards something rather than trying to get anything. An artist feels herself happiest when she is bringing art into this world. A singer is happiest when she is singing songs into this world. A dancer when she is dancing into this world. A chef when they are cooking something into this world. A parent when they are nurturing their light of lights into this world. Bring out yourself in order to be happy. That's it, Oski. Thank you, P-Flomatics, for your heartbeat. Om Ram Hanumate Namaha. What is it that makes you happy when you are adding to this world? That is where you will find yourself. Now, I have a question of the day for everyone, and then we will end with a mantra meditation. My question of the day today is, how does the divine come to you? The divine comes to us in many ways. But what about you? Isabella, you share you're most excited when you're creating your art or constructing a poem that you can explore the depths of your soul. It's beautiful. Welcome, Celtic Shaman. I invite you into our space with love. Dear Brooke, you share in reference to our question of the day, sharing time and space with others. Oh, how lovely. Faithful being, you ask, is pain a bad answer? There are no bad answers. I trust your experience. I see the truth in your answer. Nature shares God's warrior. Nature is the ultimate manifestation of the divine in its corporeal form. Thank you, Manda. Remember to do something magical for your inner child today. And Ro, you share exploring the world with someone you love. What a brilliant answer. I like that a lot. Thank you, Isabella, for your hanging light. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Hello, dear Tanramkin. Isabella, you share in words that you can't express. The Tao that can be told. Gina, you share when you survived from an accident. There is grace. Riri, you share through the literal physical vibrations emanating from every particle and resonant words of others. That is a high vibration. Faithful being, you share the divine comes to you when you're in deep focus on yourself and music. I love that. Olska, you share it's easier for you to see the divine through a transcendental experience. I love moments like those. In words that you can't express, Isabella, that could only be filled in the spirit. I love that. Hello, Lazari. These are all such wonderful answers. Lazari, you share today is your birthday. Thank you for sharing a part of your birthday with us. I wish for you many more. And congratulations on completing another trip around our sun. I'm sure you've grown through many things in these past 365.249 days. And I hope that you are proud of yourself. And dear Taylor, you share usually through other people because they share exactly what you need to hear at the right moment. That is beautiful. Brooke, you ask, how does the divine come to me? Or has recently? I'll let you know after I hear from all of you. All of you who wish to share, of course, but thank you for asking. I just want to give you the floor first. I like that, Eddie. We are simultaneously relational and ethereal. Exploring our heart leads us to connecting with others. Roy, you ask, do I usually go live this time? I'm usually ending my lives by now, so I'm a little late today. But yeah, in the evenings and afternoons of the Pacific Standard Time. And Maddock, you share, you were just strolling by as I said congrats on completing a trip around the sun. Today is your birthday. Well, I'm delighted to share your birthday here too. Thank you. You are a blessing to this world. And may each solar revolution remind you of just how much you have to give. Everything you've gone through, you're still here. And I hope you see how amazing that is. Dear Lazarus, you're wondering, what is this necklace? I'm wearing a couple. I am wearing a larger Rudraksha mala of 54 beads and a smaller mala of 108 beads. Bigger or smaller in terms of seed size. These are tools that yogis use when they're meditating. Have you ever wondered, what do you do with your hands when you're meditating? Do you keep them absolutely still? Because hands love to fidget with things. Well, yogis love to fidget with things too. Yogis like to use malas while they meditate, and they feel the beads. It keeps their mind focused. And it has an added benefit that it can be used as a tool to time your meditations. That you can pick something like your breath or a mantra, and then you chant with each bead, and then by the time you get back to the special bead, then that can be used to time your meditation without any technology. Well, it is a technology, but you know what I mean. Without any phone or alarm clock. It's a nice technology. Dear Reina Priyaji, you share in that reference to our question of the day. Pardon me. The divine comes to you through insight. I like that. Through astrology shares purple stars. Hello, Stadina. There's confusion in the chat sometimes. That's okay. We're all a little misunderstood. And yoga shares purple stars. That's beautiful. And through the flow state shares the chaos pixie. Dear Kitana, you're wondering about Hinduism? If you're wondering if that's the tradition of this space, all traditions are welcome here. I am no more a Hindu than I am a Buddhist, a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew. I invite space for every path equally. Hello, dear Kuz. Some people wonder, does God exist? Some people know God is the only thing that exists. All of this is divine. So, whatever answers were given to our question of the day, I know vacuously that you are right. How does the divine come to me? The divine comes to me through all of you. I see the divine within all of you. Dear Rainier, you share the divine has an agenda with its own rules. Not true. The divine is you. And your soul has no rules, has no agenda. If the divine has an agenda or rules, it's not divine. This universe welcomes all forms of expression equally. If anyone says the divine needs you to do this, or the divine has this plan for you, no. The divine has given you free will to choose whatever you want to do in this life. The divine is not needing anything from you. The divine does not even know what you are going to do next. Yeah, we are all part of the divine. The only rule that the divine prefers is to be loving. That's the only guideline in life. Be loving. But the divine doesn't even expect that from anyone. If we're not loving, the divine will still love us. We find meaning in loving because it makes us happy. And the divine wants for us to be happy. Dear Carol, you ask if I could try to explain the illusion of doership. We do not create the outcomes of our actions. Anything that happens to us, it would be an illusion for us to say, I did that. Ultimately, the divine is the bestower of all outcomes. You have a responsibility not to create outcomes, but only to be a channel for that love to flow. That's all we can do, is open ourselves up for the divine to flow through us. That is why I say that if anything good happens in this space, it's the divine, not me. And if, pardon me, hold on. And if there is any difficulties we experience in this space, then I take responsibility for that. The only thing we can do is limit the divine. Just by being and not doing means letting the divine work through you. Oski, you share, I'm challenging you all not to see your divine figure as judging and harsh. Exactly. That we should recalibrate our understanding of the divine from an authoritative figure to a loving one. Everything about this universe is light and bubbly. There's nothing about it that's serious. I don't feel a punishing vibe from the divine. All I feel is that the divine wants the best for us, but entrusts that we'll figure it out, and we've got plenty of time. And since we are all rays of the divine, that as the divine, our goal here is to illumine the world. And we can only ever rise in our understanding of that. There's no lost progress. Hello, dear Alicia. This is a Sangha. sorry. What's your question, dear John? Can I explain? Do you ship? I'm afraid I don't know what that means. But you are absolutely welcome to clarify. Thank you, CC. The divine is not judgmental. Humans are judgmental. Dear Nervous, you ask, why would you take responsibility for negativity? Isn't that also divine? Negativity is the portion of the divine that I have responsibility for. Because it comes from being a part of the divine and not fulfilling my role as part of the divine. Positivity is when the divine is flowing freely. Negativity is when somehow I am limiting that divine to flow freely. So positivity is not my doing, but negativity always is. And that keeps me humble. Well, welcome, dear Alicia. Dear Olska, you share you have experienced a harsh and intimidating indifference to the divine fundamentally. You're probably referring to the world. The world has a harsh indifference. But you know the part of you that loves everyone? That's the divine. Whenever you experience grace, whenever you see someone doing their job for the benefit of others, that's the divine. I think people feel like the divine is some secret being that you know is hiding somewhere around and we can't exactly find. The divine is love. How do you know? Because that's what the word divine means. It's like, how do you know that 1 + 1 = 2? Well, that's just what 2 means. You don't have to base your understanding of 1 + 1 being 2 on something you haven't experienced. That's how we collectively define the number 2. Yeah. But what if a person has to engage in lethal combat? Is that still divine? Is combat divine? No. But is the spirit and enthusiasm within any person divine? Yes. Yeah. Just because we're divine doesn't mean we're incapable of making mistakes either. We absolutely have a capacity to make mistakes. And that's also divine. Is it a mistake to go to war with each other? Absolutely, because it's unnecessary. We can settle our differences in other ways. But does it make us any less divine? No. Because it doesn't change the immutable spirit. Because no matter how fearsome a combatant may be, there is still a tender spot in their heart that may awaken once more. Everybody has the ability to heal from their wounds, which limit their expressed divinity. Isabella, you ask, what's the divine doing now? The divine is the medium of all of our expressions. The divine is beating your heart, breathing in your lungs, thinking your thoughts. The divine is the silence behind every word. The divine is the patience we share here. I don't think I thanked just a biggie for the rose. Thank you for that. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Tiki, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Karina, thank you for your heart mean. There is truth in every perspective. And that truth is the divine. The divine isn't any one thing in particular. It is that which is so infinite that it could never be one thing, and so it has become everything. The divine is the spirit that pervades this whole existence. It is that which words could never fully describe, because each word is just one small form of the divine. And no matter how many words you have, they can never encapsulate the infinite. The divine is not what these words point to, but the place in which they come from. When we say that the divine is the source of everything, we mean everything. All religions, all perspectives, all beliefs, all beings. That which makes everything possible, that is divine. Thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your heart me and ice cream cone. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. It's funny. One religion may say that this is what the divine is, And another religion may say, that is what the divine is. But the divine is what comes into the conversation and says, don't you see? They're equally divine. The divine is not a force that separates us. It will always be what unites us. Hello, Sumi. Of course you may ask why some of my old videos are gone. My account is an expression of who I am. And I've grown as a person, and I've come to realize that some of my videos don't truly encapsulate what I want to bring into this world. Even though what I may bring may be something in those old videos that other people benefited from, and I'm grateful for that. Ultimately, I see my duty in this world as something different. Communication, that's divine. I love that, Isabella. Hello, dear bro. Oscar, you share the ocean is beautiful, yet merciless, or merciful. It is from the ocean that life arises. And it is from the ocean that if you get lost, you may be given unto your next life. Remember that the soul never truly suffers. No matter what may inflict our bodies and minds, there is a part of you that is forever free from suffering. Hello, dear Cliche. Thank you for reminding me what time it is. It is getting late for me. It's 11:32 p.m. And thank you, Oren, for your team bracelet. Om Namo Buddhaya. Thank you, Oren. Likewise. Alright, I would like to end with a peace mantra. So we're going to transition to our final segment of our Sangha, which is called Nididhyasana. Dear bro, you ask for any deep, helpful insights grounded on earth. We have a duty to be in this world. Remember that worldly life is not opposed to spiritual life, even though the world and spirit may be seen as a dichotomy. We may express our spirit through the actions of this world. And that means one of the greatest services you can render that spirit is by bringing love into this world in whatever you do. Whatever expression makes sense to you. Brushing your teeth, getting out of bed, saying hi to a loved one, taking care of others, taking care of your body, your mind, all of that can be spiritual when it's an expression of the love of your spirit. Dear Isabella, you sure you're still thinking about that one word, dichotomy? What does it mean? Well, you know what? Just in case I'm using it wrong, let me look up myself. It means a division or contrast between two things that are often represented as being opposed or entirely different. I used it in the example of the world and the spirit. It sometimes appears that there's a division or contrast between the world and the spirit in a way that appears opposed or entirely different. But this world is in many ways part of that spirit. Everything that comes to be in this world has come from that spirit. And so what you see before you is ultimately nothing other than spirit. It's just that we have to be open-minded not to think that any particular form represents the whole of spirit, because spirit is infinite. And form, no matter how much we add, is still going to be finite. The world is a finite expression of spirit, but spirit is the infinite, and that includes so much more that goes unexpressed. Is this music from civilization? Asks Izzy. This music is certainly divine in many ways, but it does come from the Isha Foundation. Dear Nervous, you ask if at some point you may hear my testimony the day I decided to be this forever. If you're wondering about why I go live every day, it's not a testimony that there's no testimony in the sense of some great vow I made to do this for the rest of my life. But there is a testimony to realize that I don't have a rest of my life, because all of my life takes place now. And the greatest thing that I feel is right in my life now is to be of service to the extension of this life, which includes all of you. And that is a decision that I make every moment. And it's the easiest thing in the world to me, because to me there isn't any other alternative. It feels precisely what it's meant to be. But you ask when I decided to be this person that I am, the awakening. When did I open my eyes from my soul? I didn't, because it's a journey that continues to unfold every moment as the moment turns into days and weeks and months and years. There was no one moment that changed at all, unless you're considering the eternity that this moment is, that includes the past and the future. Yeah, I wish I had some grand moment where the skies parted and the heavens opened up and, I realized, this is the way that the truth and the life and the way of the world is, and the calling of the spirit. But that never happened to me. This has just been a natural unfolding, a gradual becoming. Yeah. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Faithful being, you share, you hate asking this question, but where do I see myself in 5 years? Or where would I like to be? I don't know. I'm just happy where I am right now. And I know that if right now ever begot unhappiness, that I would find a way to adapt and take on whatever opportunity would lead me back into the happiness of this moment. Yeah. 5 years from now is such an abstract concept to me, because I don't even know if I'm going to be here 5 years from now. I don't even know if I'm going to be here, 10 seconds from now. It turned out I was, but what if I wasn't, All I know is that this moment is a gift, and I'm not thinking about any other time than this moment. But if I were to give you an answer, I'd say I hope if I have the blessing of still being alive in this body 5 years from now, then I hope to be kinder, I hope to be more compassionate, I hope to have learned from whatever mistakes I'm going to make from now until 5 years from now. I pray that I will have brought more love into this world. And anyway, I know that the best thing I can do to ensure that as a possibility is take care of this body, this mind here and now, and leave the rest in the hands of the universe and not try to control anything that's out of my control. Yeah. That's why you hate that question? Well, I'm curious, what motivated you to ask it if you don't like asking it? No, that piques my curiosity. Dear bro, you ask if self-worth and normalization of desire equal manifestation law of oneness. If anything is meant to come to be by your belief, it's something that starts in our acceptance that it will come, that it's already on its way to us, that it's manifesting as we speak indeed. It's not that we successfully accomplish something and then realize that we can believe in ourselves. We have to believe in ourselves first to beget success. Thank you, Nervous. That is a nice thought. Were you just curious what I'd say to that question, dear faithful being? You wanted to see what my reaction would be? Namaste, dear Jay. It's just that you can't imagine a possible future for me. There's no cliche. Oh, I see. I think that means that I'm successfully living spontaneously. And if nobody can predict my next move, then it means I must be really living in free will. Wow. I know whatever happens shall be meant to be. Never let them know your next move. Never locked into a set archetype. Hello, dear wildfire. Alright, this has been a long live stream. I didn't intend on going this long, but anyway, I think it's about time to end with a meditation. And if you'd like to join me, I think this will be a very peaceful meditation. But I thank everyone for their contribution to this space thus far. You are welcome to come and go if this meditation isn't for you, but it'll be very simple. For our meditation today, we're just going to chant one word, and that is the Sanskrit word for peace, Shanti. I don't have much else to say than that. It's pretty simple. There's a couple pronunciation points. Here I've written the Devanagari and then the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration. Some pointers is that S has an accent. That is an SH sound, just like in English. The A with the hat over it, or the lime, that is a long vowel, so it is twice as long as the I sound in Shanti. And then finally that H with the dot under it, that's called the Visarga, and it's like a mini exhale. So if you're chanting it just by itself, without any words following, Shanti, you'd hear a little exhale. But because we're chanting on loop, and yes, some of you might have already seen, we'll be doing it 1,008 times. The exhale bleeds into the SH sound at the beginning of the next recitation. So you'll hear Shanti, 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 Shanti. And we'll be taking breaths, of course. So, the mala that we'll use is a mala with 1,008 beads on it. And this will help us count out. We'll start at the guru beads, and then we'll make our way all the way around back to the guru bead. And this will be our Shanti mantra japa session. So I look forward to chanting this mantra with you. I'm going to turn down the background music so we can just meditate on the word for peace. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. And we'll take a short intermission from our 1008 Shanti chantings, as I have to detangle the very ridiculously long mala, which is serving to be more unproductive than productive, without losing my place. Thank you for your patience. There we go. I don't know if I'm returning unto the exact beat that I left off, but anyway, without further ado, thank you for your patience. Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. 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 Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti, 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 Shanti. Shanti. May there be peace to 1,008 things and more. And may there be peace to every single thought that arose whilst we chanted together. May peace occur to all beings on all levels, spiritual, mental, and physical. May we find peace in our misunderstandings. May we find peace in our recuperation. May we find peace in healing. May we find peace in many, many, many things. May you find peace and forgiveness. If I didn't do exactly 1,008, I'm sorry. I don't know if I miscounted. I can't be quite sure, but it's the sentiment that counts anyway. And may you find peace knowing that if you found a different breathing pattern than me, which is probably inevitable, then that's quite all right too. May there be peace in the fact that this Shanti mantra japa didn't have to be perfect. And that if you drifted asleep while we chanted too, that's perfectly allowed. May there be peace, may there be peace, may there be peace. That was 1,007. You counted, faithful being? Well, might as well have one more for good measure. All together now. Shanti. Thank you, faithful being. Thank you, everyone. Well, this concludes our mini Yamathon. I didn't mean to go so late. It's very late for me, and I'm in the Pacific time zone. I can't imagine how late it must be for you. Forgive me if I was keeping you up from sleep. Let's get our Krishna flute in for the last few moments. So may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. I feel like we explored many things today, unboxed a lot of things. I think we attended to a lot of things that are in the process of healing. And I hope if in our vulnerability that for whatever reason, if any of the things we shared today were upsetting to you or triggering in any way to anyone here, past, present or future, that we all learn and grow from that together. There are certainly some things I said today that I feel like I could have put differently, and I hope you hold me accountable to the intention of finding a way forward for everyone that makes the most sense for the context of the value we feel is here. And I want to take the path of personal accountability. If there's anything I can do, and I mean anything, to make this space more inclusive to you or anyone next time, please let me know. Nothing I ever say should be set in stone. I'm always happy to explore new perspectives, and I can't wait to learn from you all next time. Prayers were answered tonight. Thank you, God's warrior. Oh, Goofy Goosey. You're still awake. Oh my goodness. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti 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 Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Oh, may there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. We're all just a little misunderstood as human beings, and it is my wish that all of us help understand each other and make sure that everyone feels understood and that their place in this universe is valued. And I hope that all of you know how much I value you. And if I ever speak to the contrary, I hope you know that I'm speaking rubbish. If anything I say ever doesn't bring you peace, you pick that up and you throw it away immediately. Don't listen to anything I say if it's not peaceful. And may we all find peace in each other's words. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Do know that this live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. And the meditation and the readings like Rumi and the Journey Home, they have their own playlists too. It's all there for you for free. Everything I do is an offering for you for free, and I will never charge for any of that. Today I got another reason why most malas have 108 beads and not 1008. Unless there's some other yogic techniques that keeps it, you know, all together. But it turns out when you have 1008 beads, they just get all knotted together. But I just love them. Dear Nilmuk, you share you had such a wonderful epiphany tonight with my guidance. And you're thanking me. You're thanking me! Oh, thank you for sharing the space to be one in which your epiphany could come through. That is a grace that you bestow on us. I appreciate that. Much love to you all. I'm sending you love. Hey, who had that thought? Which one of us? May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.